Hey guys, we'll be live here in just about 6 minutes from now. Hope everybody out there in viewer land has had a good day so far. Going to be live in about 2 minutes. Give me a second, I'm going to get the heating pad on for the cat. Get everything all loaded up here. Hey, 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 hey. I'm literally loading the game now. Come now, come now. Of course, just in time for all our dwarves to go insane because they have to do all the siege cleanup.
Sorry, sir, I can't do it. No.
In the old days, I would have had about 20 crafters and 20 militiamen, and every single other person in my fortress would have hauled one body part, and the siege would have been cleaned up by now. True story. I'm hoping that Toadie's going to implement
I'm going to keep
body
this
parts
thing.
and corpses in bins. While it might not be particularly respectful in terms of treatment of the deceased, speeding up siege cleanup is a valuable, valuable thing.
I can't do that there.
I spent some time thinking about this the other day because one of the big issues with recent, but not current, I don't know, not current, but recent, relatively recent versions of Dwarf Fortress has been that siege cleanup is an enormous stressor on your dwarves because they're always hauling so many pieces and they're seeing so many parts, and it makes me kind of wonder if you're not better off to dig small garbage chutes periodically into the walls with the intent that a dwarf doing siege cleanup in your trap area takes 2 steps and dumps stuff into a hole. Never to be seen, touched, or thought of again. Forbidden as soon as it hits the ground. Out of sight, out of mind. You still get the initial exposure, but since the siege cleanup would be as fast as they can step to the side of the hall, basically. Oh, it's a web. I thought, what the... I don't care whether that's dumped or not. I'll never be able to get to it because I think it's in a solid square of the workstation. We'll kind of go back through the list of items here and see if... Yeah, see, here's a bunch of body parts I missed the first time around. Toss all that stuff out. Unfortunately, the little bastards also got down into this area here, so I've kind of got to look through here and make sure we don't have anything, you know, floating around waiting to be dealt with, like these guys. Assuming no parts. Yes, here looks like one we got down here. That arm managed to make it all the way down there. Not sure how human blood gets all the way into our center staircase, but I'm just gonna run with it. Why not? Fairly certain the sacrifices weren't supposed to arrive until next week. Get this linked up and we can punch that hole and start on the second reservoir. And at that point I can let the water out. Doing pretty good on getting coverage though so far without having to fill up the reservoir even.
I can't do it. No.
don't think at the current depth I'm going to be able to get that bridge built, but I'm going to keep trying. If I can get that bridge up, close these bridges off, I have the opportunity to drain this entirely, reflood it in a bit. Of course, I think in hindsight this is not going to work out quite as nicely as I'd hoped, because I don't think that cave moss grows on muddied stone in the current version, which is kind of a shame. But crushing the water with the bridge will assist with drainage by creating additional area for the water to flow into, basically siphoning off some of the depth. Another Etten. Okay. And everybody runs for the hills. Except the military, who report for duty. I wondered where he was going to go. He told him to be up here. I'm not seeing my militia reporting here, which is kind of disturbing.
Why do you think I can do this?
There we go. Now I've got a couple. Where the hell are they all? Not that big a fortress. Alright, let's check out the combat report from the Etten's perspective. Let's see here. 6 pages of smashed a bard. We don't care about him. He's not one of ours. Grabs a war dog, punches a war dog casualty. Grabs some bard. More war dog. Missed one of our military. Punched a bard. Missed one of ours. Missed one of ours. Can't hit us for snot. At this point, I think he's getting mobbed. Misses. He's just getting... You know those RPGs in modern era who give you credit for flanking, you know, makes your opponent's attacks less accurate, or... Yeah, Dwarf Fortress does that. No way. No way does it not. That Etten has done nothing except miss this entire time because he's just absolutely getting mobbed. Having trouble breathing is the first sign there's a real super problem here. Plus he's getting all these, you know, minor wounds here. Stabbed in the upper arm with a spear, fracturing the bone, tore a tendon. At that point he's lost his left arm. Basically, I mean he'll be able to use it, but not effectively. And then finally crushed an upper arm. I wish it would tell you what they were doing when they missed. The Etten tried to kick the human bard, but missed. The Etten tried to punch the human bard. The Etten attempted to bite the human bard with its upper left front canine tooth. Let's see here. More stabby goodness. Lots of regaining our spears where they get stabbed in here. Right upper arm with an axe. No arm in the upper right arm. At this point, he's got no arms left. They've twisted his knees. He goes down. Hardcore. Twists the right neck. Pull the left shoulder and... yeah. Why have we moved into the age of... oh, no, this isn't to farm. This is just inside the walls. This was intended to be a temporary area. The problem is that we're so far from the magma sea that I started off on other projects and we keep delaying opening the main entrance. Let me make sure I can actually seal this thing properly like I think I can. If those work as advertised, what should happen is this bridge and that bridge should both seal up. And if they do, then I know that I'm ready to start opening up this inner part. I've got to do a bridge here to... yeah, there, that one's good. Still need that one. Oh, Forgotten Beast downstairs still getting its fight on. Alright. The water below. Oh, no, that's just for trees. You mean this water here? Yeah, this? We could theoretically farm this at some point if we wanted to, make it into farmland if we wanted.
Can't do that there.
You know, a nice underground humanized version of dwarven farming. A nice pastoral mud field. But it's really intended to be a tree farm. It's 2 levels tall, so we can have trees actually grow up tall enough to be harvested. The problem is that there's a bridge here I need to be able to get built and seal, and I'm having no luck getting enough water removed from this area to get it built. The aquifer is strong. See, I just can't get this to drop below 2s for any length of time. Although we don't need that extra space, you don't need that extra corner right there, so we can pull that off. We're crushing a little bit out of existence every so often with this bridge, which would normally be like a drain, but not enough to get this down to where it is drained enough for me to build in it. So, plan B for that is... verify that I can pull this bridge up. If I can close this bridge up, we'll dig out the secondary reservoir for the secondary tree farm. Alright, so that's good. Get the miners employed again, and we'll get this reservoir dug out. Once that's dug out, I can wall this up. We can just let the river flow in, and that'll drain off it even more of the water. And at that point, we may have enough drainage here to get the bridge seal built so that we could properly close this off and fill the reservoir. The reality is you don't need even a really large farm, even in a really large fort. Let's look at this for a minute. I have 154 dwarves. And yes, I'm producing some meat through my butchering and my hunting and my fishing or whatever, fine, or my trade. But the bulk of my dwarves are being fed primarily and almost exclusively from plant sources, farmed by and on my own farm plots. In such quantity that I cannot consume all the plants to make prepared meals and drinks, and my stockpile of plants continues to grow beyond my usage. And I am only running a couple of plots to handle surface crops, which I'm probably going to stick with, and a couple of small plots here for underground crops. And what I probably will end up doing is pulling most of the underground crops out, leaving just quarry bushes, for example, because they can be processed to bags as one ingredient, and pigtails and dye, maybe, and one emergency plot of plump helmets, because you have to have plump helmets, right? And we'll probably stop farming most of these surface crops unless they are for fiber. Rope reed, hemp, Ramey, or whatever the others were, right? Weapon type and material matters enormously. The type you want actually differs depending on... The material type you want differs depending on whether you're talking about a blunt weapon or a sharp weapon. And my dwarves are not vegetarians, they are simply heavily supplied by almost exclusively plant sources. I'm sure there's some meat in some of those roasts somewhere, but by and large it's vegetable roasts. It's just... It has always been the case that if you devote even the slightest bit of arable land to farming as dwarves, you will produce enough foodstuffs to feed your fortress.
Sorry, I can't do it, sir.
Well in excess of what you need. You can try to duplicate that with meat, but I think that unless you embark with a thriving meat industry to start, getting it set up is going to depend on vegetables. Beekeeping isn't enough to even keep dwarves in booze, let alone in food. Birds, if you count eggs and turnover, in terms of meat and eggs, still aren't going to get you there. If you stack all those things together, then you start to get close. And the miners are starting on the secondary reservoir. And I think since what we're going to do is we're going to allow total flow out of this river into this reservoir, and total flow out of that reservoir into the second river. And then we will pinch the flow at the far end of that river so that it backs up. And we'll have 3 coming in and 2 going out, or 3 coming in and 1 going out, so that the water flow backs up. That will give us both some limited flow and allow us to run this year-round just off the aquifer sprinklings, because I think that what we'll find is if we really set this up for full flow, the river will drain it with no problem. Now this is going to take a while, probably most of this evening again, while we get these dwarves doing their bit there. And unfortunately, there's a lot of other stuff I can't really have them doing while I've got them doing this.
It won't work.
Momu's is still pissy about everything under the sun. She got satisfied by improving her skill. She finally communed with her deity. Lonely after away from friends and family. Pissed about no meals that she likes.
I can't do it.
She witnessed dead bodies everywhere because she had to see war dogs. 23 separate horrified events.
Sorry, I can't do it.
I'm
sir.
envisioning this middle-aged elderly woman who walks out of her front door and sees the brutal battle between the Vikings and the knights that has taken place on her front lawn, and
Sorry,
she
I can't do it, sir.
stops by every single corpse of the 56 men who've been slaughtered on her front porch. All 56 of them down her front lawn, all the way down the walk, all the way down the driveway, all the way out to her mailbox, and all the way back, stopping at each and every one to become literally horrified. So imagine, if you will, this woman takes a couple of steps, looks down at a body, gasps in horror, and clutches her both sides of her face, stops, walks a couple more steps, looks at another body, gasps in horror, clutches the sides of her face, and repeats this process, 27 times for, one for each body. Horrified once, and then afraid again. Individually. These are individual thoughts. Sorry, I wanted to make sure that was in fact in the caves and not part of our guys fighting. The Gorlaks have been, are given their go at the web-slinging Forgotten Beast. They're not having any better luck than the cave swallows. I'm still finding far-flung bits and parts that have to be dumped manually. Okay, we've got the inner part of the siege all cleaned up. We'll just let the last bits get cleaned up by the remainder here. Okay, I think that's all the parts designated now, he said, hopefully.
Sorry, sir, I can't do it.
No, 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 no. No!
Got to figure out the source of the stink here, and this is always a painful and time-consuming process, so bear with me here a moment. We basically have to run through the stuff on the ground and make sure we've picked up everything that could conceivably be rotting and causing the stink. I don't care about the creepy crawler remains, although I dumped it anyway. Ah, there we go. Some more teeth. Miasma doesn't do diagonals now, does it? Oh, there's a stray peahen corpse right there that hasn't been picked up. That's got to get removed. Oh, I love that. Farmer's Workshop, unmovable tile. Farmer's Workshop, immobile tile. You can't move into it, and yet there is a corpse. Oh, that's a Farmer's Workshop. I make sure I check the right one. Nope, still applies. Farmer's Workshop. Right there on the bottom left-hand tile is an impassable tile. Right there, impassable tile. There's a corpse on it. Nobody can remove because it's in the impassable tile. I have to destroy my own workshop in order to get it out.
Sorry, I can't do it, sir.
And until I do, the dwarves are going to put up with that stink. Which really pisses them off, for the record. You don't want that. Well, somebody's got it. Come on, guys.
It won't work.
I have a suspicion that since it relocated because of the workshop removal, that we actually will have to redesignate it for dumping. So I just went ahead and did it. Hey, look, they came along, picked it up right away. How about that? Because it was in the workshop, you basically had item in workshop requests movement. And then when they disassemble the workshop after it, that job is still hanging out there, but it's not actually usable for anything. And the item designated for dumping may or may not actually tell everybody that it needs to be dumped again. I'm going to build my farmer's workshop out of lead. Did I miss a migration notice? There's a lot of dwarves out here playing on the east side of our domain, if you will. Oh, must be visitors leaving, maybe? Or maybe just out for a walk and all got horrified by the pile of corpses that's still sitting outside. You know, whichever. It's a typical day in capitalism land, if you will. The dwarves all want to go on vacation and have their little walk out in front of the fortress. Nobody wants to hang around and clean up the corpse pile. So in the end, everybody goes on vacation and everybody gets a corpse-filled vacation.
I can't do that there.
When they get back, they'll fire an intern.
No. I said no.
Well... that's what I was afraid of. Gotta get that bridge linked up, and then we can cut this open and start building our entrance trap properly.
Sir, I hate saying no to you, but no.
I'd just like to note for the record that my dwarves have had exactly one significant siege involving more than 2 dead bodies, okay? There's been one real, meaningful siege in the entire history of this fortress. And we have 5,137 events already where they have seen a dead body. Now, I recognize that a dead body is a horrifying thing to witness. And I'm not trying to downplay the experience of any of you in my audience who may have had the misfortune of witnessing one with your own eyes. But I'm kind of curious, to be frank, how many of you out there in the audience would have remained horrified of the same 20 bodies 5,000 times? Because I'm thinking at some point very quickly thereafter, you stop even noticing. It's not that you feel nothing, you just don't even notice anymore. You step over the goblin's head on your way to your morning cereal. It's like the rug in the living room. It's there. You see it. But there are 2,818 events where it actually had impact on our fortress, and that's the part that gets me more. It's not so much that there are 5,000 of these events, because these are the we didn't feel anything about it anymore. That's fine. But there's 2,000 separate events where everybody got uneasy. There are only, I think, a total of 100 people in the siege, so what the hell are there 2,800 of these things from? There's something about the count there that feels wrong. I'm sure from a literal technical perspective, 2,818 occurrences did happen where a dwarf came across a dead body. But I'm dubious that 2,818 of them really should have actually had any impact. This first 63, hey, you're horrified that first time you see the dead body. You're alarmed the next time you see it. Really? It takes that long for the uneasiness? The scale here is harsh. Now, I admit, some of these are dwarf bodies, but most of them are goblins and trolls and beak dogs. They're not ours. There's something about the counting of these events that feels wrong, even though I'm sure from a technical perspective it's literally correct. It feels like some of it's I don't know, double counted maybe. Same dwarf hearing it over, or excuse me, same dwarf seeing the same corpses, and that it registers over and over again that they're still uneasy. But I mean, that blew out. I mean, our previous, these top two are the siege, right? Death Witnessed and See Dead Body. Happy performances, satisfying work, some unfulfillment from those folks who are, distracted because they're in the military or whatever at a given moment. Fine, great. But unfulfillment for folks who couldn't get to their daily whatever work they wanted to do was the most negative thought we'd had, and we'd only had 544 instances in the entire history of the fortress. Years now. That siege has been around for less than, a month and a half worth of cleanup, and we've already got, 6, 7, 8,000 events going on. even at an extremely low chance for those negative thoughts to enter higher dwarf memory. And I confess, I'm going to have to go out and find Salford Sal's condensed conclusions, because I simply don't have enough time to observe all the streams myself. But I suspect that there is another guild hall. Who do we need? We need a miners guild. Okay. And they have a guild hall, and only our people can come in. And now we will go back to petitions and tell them, hey guys, you remember that guild hall you were after? Funny story, we've already done it. Okay. No, we're still dealing with that thing up there. Damn it. Can't do that while I've got to deal with this. That looks awful dry compared to where it was a minute ago, though. That's good. That's real good. That might be worth trying to get this rebuilt. If I can get it built, getting it linked is easy. Getting it built is going to be the hard part.
It won't work. Sorry, I can't do it, sir. It won't work.
I'm thinking about how I'm going to do this differently in the future fortress as well.
Yes, I'll do it, but no, it won't work. It won't work.
Still not quite.
Sam,
no
you can't do
way.
that there.
No.
Just gonna have to wait for this. Excellent, excellent. I think that's everything I need for DF Hack to be updated. Looking forward to it. I told Mech I was watching Quickfort. I didn't have a chance to mess around with it before this stream, so I'm still running the older version of DF Hack, but we may just upgrade that very shortly.
Yes, I'll do it, but no, it won't work.
And it is still a big damn reservoir. So we'll see. We may be able to drain off enough of this with the bridge, although I doubt it, to get this cleared up. I can't safely... Well, I guess while that's suspended, I can try to run those. Just to see if we can drain it out fast enough to get ahead of it. If we get both of them running, maybe we can... Of course, my thinking is that they're not going to flip the bridge fast enough for us to... Oh, and that's going to have to be rebuilt now. Damn it. I didn't see that coming. And we'll just cancel that job right off. We will. Make sure that these guys leave this in a down position
I hate saying no to you, but no.
so that we're not building up more water. Okay, so when they get down here, we're going to have two floodgate bridges just like before. Feeding through a pressure regulator so it doesn't flood. Let me make sure that this is... It's actually one level too high. The reason they had to rebuild this section of wall right here in particular is even with the bridge closed, there was still a diagonal where water could have flowed through, which meant my reservoir would have leaked. And now we'll get to see if this works as I believe it should. Should be the case that when this is penetrated, this will open, but because this is pressure regulated water, it will not flood up. Make sure we entered pressure regulated over here. Hang on. Yeah, we came in pressure regulated. We go down through this here, and then we go through a pressure regulator. So any of the water in the river is pressure regulated. So it won't try to rise up above this floor. It'll flow to the bridge, but it won't try to flood up through the place that I gave it access through. There is no raid, only Niru. You cannot raid that which does 3 hours past the amount of time it should have last night. Probably is going to get yelled at for it later. Probably should be yelled at for it later. But this thing here is vexing me, damn it. Vexing me. I really don't want to dig it wider, and I'm hoping that once I get the secondary reservoir dug out and drain the river into it, that will create the additional flow reduction necessary to allow me to finish the bridge properly upstairs. If I was just doing the rivers, I wouldn't need these giant reservoirs either. Thanks, Gupo. Pretty much just brewing job. Wait. Well, I'll be damned. That little bastard is up on top of the back of the wall and is scaring people.
I can't do it.
Never gave my official archers their official archer uniform. That's got to get fixed. This dumbass went through all that effort to climb up onto a roof, and now he won't come down. Just wandering around up there. La-di-da-di-da-di-da. Scaring my dwarves periodically. Hey guys, I'm still up here on your roof. Hope you don't mind. I'm going to take the archer squad out, use him as target practice. Get him equipped. Set up a militia squad down there to defend him, though they'll probably rush in and try to melee him. Too much to hope for that he'd be swarmed by honeybees and killed, isn't it? Can't we Africanize our honeybees? Aren't I allowed to start a breeding program with the express intent to raise a meaner, nastier, more aggressive honeybee? I'm not saying it's a good idea in the real world. I'm just saying, here. Okay, let's check on equipment again and see if they've started getting their equipment together. They have indeed got their crossbows. Well, most of them have crossbows. Some of them don't have crossbows yet. They've started to get other equipment, so that's good. Let them run a little longer. We're going to take care of Beak Dog Boy here pretty soon. Well, I'm curious if he'll eventually go nuts or starve up there. That would be kind of funny. Sort of, I guess. And probably should get some soap making queued, since I never bothered to do that job. Death swarms, that's right. I want my honey. I want to be able to put my honeybees alongside. We all talk about these archer galleries, but nobody's talking about how I want to be able to have my honeybees exposed suddenly to a through archer slits to the intruders in my main entrance, so that now all of a sudden there's this new area and all these people who shouldn't be there. Bet you the goblins didn't think to bring smokers with them, did they?
Sir, you can't do that there.
So I'm going to have to look at how Toady is, see if I can figure out how Toady has implemented beekeeping. It's going to drive me nuts. That whole hive skip thing has just been gnawing at me. Realistically, a beekeeper that destroyed a hive in order to gather its products would be doing it wrong. In modern beekeeping, we try to keep the hive alive, thriving, ideally. You're harvesting the excess that the bees won't need because they cull their own population down going into winter. They're not going to need 5 years of honey for 3 months or 4 months. If you took too much and the hive starved to death, that would be bad beekeeping. If you destroyed the hive in order to gather all the honey, that would be very bad beekeeping.
Yes, I'll do it, but no, it won't work.
At the same time, if Toady wanted to allow failure rolls, I guess you could build in that, you know, you should periodically, your beekeepers should be doing hive checks. Visiting the hive, checking the health of the bees, basically. Like you would visit cattle in the pasture and say, you know, is there anything wrong? Stool look okay? Hey, look, that one's falling over and can't get up. With bees, you'd have to look for the various fungal and viral conditions that can be a real problem for bees. And this time, this bridge should close. Assuming I properly linked it up at all. Ever. Didn't think levers were stateful, but okay. Let's see if they flip it this time. There we go. Now we have this hallway is sealed off, technically because it's not accessible from the surface. But that allows us to seal the exterior of our fortress now. We can now pull our dwarves back inside, away from the existing crush bridge that's going to smash them if they're going in and out of the fortress, and let them in and out through this main wagon door here, close the back door, and have this as the primary entrance to our fortress from here on in. Ooh, I have steel axe blades. I know what to do with those. Did we ever set up? I'll bet we did not. No, it does not appear that we did. No, it does not appear that we did. Wow, okay. Silly Matt. So, let's fix that. Melt. Melt a metal object. This is a perpetual order because we want to be able to do this forever. The conditions are something is designated and there's at least one of them. And there's at least, oops. Actually, we'll leave ourselves a slight margin of error because this isn't as important as something else. Once our magma is done, magma workshops are up, we can go back to all of these jobs that have refined coal as a requirement and as an ingredient and remove it. Because they'll no longer require the fuel for the reaction at all. Melt designated item, magma or magma smelter, bang, done. Melt designated item, magma smelter, melt designated item, magma smelter. Whereas they need charcoal or coke if they were going to run a regular smelter for it. This will allow us to designate stuff for melting, which we haven't done yet. Now remember earlier, we took all those coins and split them up, right? We didn't split up all of them, we just split some. We'll just melt down these single individual iron coins. That'll get us some metal there. There are some trap components that we have built specifically for the purpose of melting. Trap components. And we're watching out here. We don't want to melt down Masterworks. Can't melt the glass. That's just going to be sold as is. So right now it's just these 3 items. Now the good news is these 3 steel axe blades, if they took, I forget what the exact conversion is, but let's say they took 1 bar, we're going to get back like 1.2 or 1.5 bars each. So over time, creating axe blades and melting them down and creating axe blades and melting them down repeatedly over and over again would get us more steel for our other purposes. Likewise, we can mint coins of steel and then use those to split them in the trader and melt down huge quantities. Assuming it hasn't been changed, and let me double check now just for my own amusement and evil knowledge here. According to the wiki article on melting items, let's see if they've got the breakdowns here on exploits, on yields I should say. Yes, yields are here. Let's see, coins. So if I melt an entire stack of 500 currently in the current version, I'm going to get 110% back of what I put in. So if it takes a bar of steel to make the coins, I get a bar and a tenth of a bar out. And those partial bars are retained in the smelter that did them, basically. So in theory, if you can split the... Now, the catch is, if you split the coins individually and melt them down individually, then you get a 5,000% return. That is to say, you put a bar in, you get 50 bars out. But the only way to split coins like that realistically is to use a macro, as I was doing earlier. At least the tavern's getting good use. I know, sounds like crazy talk, but I've used it before for trap components, just not axe blades. Serrated discs still give you a yield above 100%, meaning you get more out for melting them than you put in to make them. So you can make steel discs. You can make discs of glass or purely for trading because you can't melt them. Of various metals, copper, bronze, iron, steel, any weaponable metal can then be. Discs can be used for trading because they are highly valuable as trade goods. They can be melted to produce more metal out than you got in, although not as much of a yield as you get when you break down coin stacks. That beak dog is still up there. Okay.
Ugh, did you see what I did with this thing?
Still don't have crossbows for everybody. Okay. Wow, they really don't. You... Wow. Okay, well, we'll wait a little longer then. Really need to get that forge up and running. All the jobs they get for this on this forge will always work because they don't require fuel on this forge. All of these jobs will work with the possible exception of making pig iron and steel because they do actually need the fuel for those jobs here. These jobs likewise always succeed as long as there's sand. Magma basically takes out our fuel requirement and beautiful. Now, let's get some traders in, slap down some serious trade value, and buy a bunch of... It occurs to me that I'm not seeing a lot of logs left up on the surface here. We're starting to harvest this stuff way over here that we downed for the road. The green hell has finally been harvested out to a significant distance. Let's see if our guys are still equipped for tree cutting. May not have lined them up for that. Ah, that's right. I gave them... Ah, ha, ha, ha. Queue up a few jobs of our own. Actually, I'm curious. Will our guys climb up there? Can they climb back down if they do? Am I going to have to build them a ramp?
Sir, you can't do that there.
No reachable valid target. No reachable valid target. This beak dog got up onto my roof somehow, but nobody can figure out how to get up there to get him.
Sorry, I can't do it, sir.
Let's keep an eye out for somebody with a block going that way to build a... Oh. Yeah, I think you're going to do something other than what I'm worried about. If I can get that ramp built... Oh, who am I kidding? This is the most useful workstation that we're never going to use in the history of forever. Someone's going to get that job, and my militia is going to come along and station themselves, I hope. Yes, before he gets there. With the intent being that once he opens that hole, the beak dog's going to go, oh, look, I've got a way in. And the militia's going to go, yeah. Yeah, you do. Come on in. The beating is fine. Now there are 4 or 5. Here they are. They're starting to arrive now. The militia is forming. It only takes them 3 days to get here. But they're getting here. And he'll disassemble that hole. The beak dog will come running. The squad will go a-rushing. The problem will resolve itself momentarily.
Why'd you think I can do this?
For a minute there, I thought maybe the beak dog could tell we were trying to open the door.
No.
It's like, wow, that would have been interesting. Must kill beak dog. And the problem has now been resolved.
Spring is at hand.
And we'll designate our beak dog remains for disposal. Go back and see if we've still got parts here. I want to make sure that we have designated all of this for removal. Yeah, see, here's another tooth. Another tooth.
Sir, you can't do that there.
So let's put on auto chop. Oh, let's hold off auto chop because let's get the other entrance up, and then we'll use auto chop outside of it.
No. It won't work.
Gotta rebuild a bit of this. This needs a pressure regulator on it to make sure our river doesn't flood. And we'll just redo that correctly this time.
newborn.
Oh, that's just great. Another mouth to feed.
That's a lot of kids. Yep, this flooded right up to where it should have. All good there. The reservoir excavation continues. We're about a third done, it looks like. It sounds like you've had a bad day, Orange Camera Photography. You should probably kick back and listen to the soothing sounds of dwarves taking their aggression out on one another. There we go. Now let's get this carved into a fortification. No, that's not going to work. I was going to make the illusion of having multiple rivers kind of flowing together here, but the problem is the drainage is going to create an outflow unless I severely restrict the drainage, which I don't want to do. Could probably do it if we vary the drainage. We are making a tree farm. Now, it would be nice if in the current version we got moss, but I think we're just going to end up with mud. I had this beautiful vision of this pastoral tree farm once we had it flooded and it would regrow its moss here. We haven't done that yet. We're still in the process of getting it set up. We're gaining on it. It's just taking a lot longer than I had hoped. Unfortunately, all we're going to get is muddy floor with sparse floor fungus. My guess is we won't get anything with this brown, which is unfortunate. Two-tone brown is all we're going to get. But this serves two purposes. One, you can use it as a tree farm. Cut the logs out of it, harvest the bushes when they grow, use it as a harvestable space. It can double as a pasture. It's large enough to house more than enough animals. I mean, I can't even imagine how many animals you could probably pasture in a space this size. If you muddied it all and let it all grow fungus. In theory, it allows you, and I would have to test this to see if it actually works, it would allow your dwarves to have a outside the fortress space, but I don't know how that's designated. Currently, I think that's only going to be the surface, maybe the caverns. And it won't count this as a non-fortress space. An outside excursion, you know, a walkabout kind of thing. But if I can get the reservoir done... Already got the second river ready. Get his outflow done. I suppose you could even go so far as to make water wheels if you wanted to. I haven't, but you could theoretically borrow, you could borrow some flow from the reservoir to power things. Mine carts maybe, or something similar. But I was really just imagining a two-level tree farm where the river flows through it two directions, if you will. Unfortunately, the aquifer was a little more aggressive, even for a light aquifer, than I had anticipated. So when we got everything done, I opened this up too soon to the aquifer, and the resulting water leakage has prevented me from building one of the bridges I wanted to get up. This reservoir should be filling rather than just sitting here leaking like it is now. But the problem is, in order to get that to happen, I need to get that bridge built and linked up, and I can't do it because there's too much water in this reservoir, and I can't drain it enough, even with it open, even with this drain running, because the river is full. There's no drainage here, and so what's happening is there's just enough leakage, not enough outflow to solve our problem. I'm not sure that even that's going to solve our problem, but I'm hoping that if I can drain out the river, the outflow here will allow me to get the bridge up, constructed, and once it's built, we're good. I can get it linked. Link that, seal this up, seal the reservoir, fill it, finish it. We're good. We'll have everything ready to go. Yeah, need to wander. They have to do hunting and plant gathering for need to wander? Is that the only things that qualify? They have to do those jobs? I mean, that's a shame, because it means you can't designate any sort of, this will satisfy your need to wander space. One might think that dwarves would want to wander the mines, if they were big enough.
I'm going to keep this thing.
Well, I mean, you could do trapping, theoretically. It's possible to get vermin in that area that you could trap. I don't do trapping. Toadie's going to have to do some serious work on that system.
Why do you think I can do this?
Currently, trapping would rank below waxworking for me as a skill I would want to have in my fortress. I suppose really, 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 really long term, if you really want your dwarves to have the very best, then you're looking at something where they have to have pets, and at that point trapping maybe comes into play, but holy hell, I just can't imagine putting the effort in before other than that. We messed around with it, I think it was the last stream we did last year. One of the streams we did last year, anyway. We actually had an entrance that we set up trapping in the caverns where we would trap trying to trap spiders. Just to see if we could trap, you know, I forget what it was, brown recluses or whatever the cave spiders were. Okay, let's get our broker up here and see what the elves have to offer. I don't see any trade goods making the rounds, so it appears that everything is here now. Plant gathering zones in your park make good sense. You could easily, if you do a tree farm as I have demonstrated here, which I think could be done trivially with flow control if you have a brook or an aquifer. If you set up a fishing zone, then in those tree farms, you can do fishing there too, I think. Moral, you're trying my patience, buddy. Your presence is required at the depot. Make with the trading. I have replaced you before. Do not think we won't do so again.
Sir, you can't do that there.
No way.
Lots of people designated for tree cutting. Hey, Clinidev, have you ever found out how biomes are defined for the underground areas? That is to say, fishing with respect to cavern fish. I seem to remember in prior versions you could literally have them fish in your well. No connection to the caverns required, and they'd be able to pull fish out. As long as it was underground.
No way.
Hey, we've got a book somebody likes. The Animal Diseases in Practice book. Somebody really likes our copy here. Let's see. Okay. Nothing particularly exciting. No real holdings yet. Sprinkler heads will get you the muddying, but it will not get you a river. And if you have a permanent water source, an aquifer or a brook, especially with an aquifer, I think, even a light aquifer, I think, is probably going to be able to do wonders for it. If you set up water collection properly, I think you can easily keep up with what looks like a river using, 3 tiles of flow in and 1 tile of flow out.
I can't do it.
You can use a P-trap if you're filtering a brook the same way.
I'm going to keep this thing.
I can't do it. I just can't.
There are too many trees and nobody's trimming them. Black bears. Oh, is that a female leopard? Do we have a male leopard the first time around or a female leopard? Oh, do remind me. Which one of those was it? Do you remember? I'm going to have to look. I would not know. I would have to check. Take your deer. Take your black bear. I think I take the bear over the leopard, but, if I got to have breeded pair before I can put them to use, so the leopards may get the jump start, as it were. We're going to end up with 2 female leopards and no male. They'll both age to death before I get another one. Wow, we're not buying that. That's a divine material item. Actually, you know what? Fuck it, we will buy that. Don't we have some trade glass discs in here somewhere? Yeah, there they are. Yeah, annihilate your trade value. Glass discs. That's a little high. Keep the good ones. Now that's 50-50 again. So let's go back. We'll buy the rest of these. We'll buy his crutches. Now crutches aren't particularly valuable, and I don't really care about crutches and splints, but we've got guys in our hospital that I'm going to have to look at to see whether they might be unsalvageable, if you will. It may just be that we don't have enough grown granite pedestal. Now they're growing the stone. Check it out. It may just be that we didn't have enough crutches and splints for everybody that needed to get up. We may have had a lot more injured than I thought we did. A couple more there. And let's take another pass through their stuff to see if there's anything we want. Buckets. Couldn't hurt to have a few extras on hand, although I don't plan to use those buckets for anything. And a few extra barrels never hurt us because we'll use them. A couple of empty cages are cheap. And we'll use those too because we're putting in cage traps. Let's see. Wooden shields and weapons and clothing we can make ourselves. None of that's particularly exciting, so that's not doing anything for us. Yeah. I thought you might take all that stuff. Take that stuff and tell it needs to go back downstairs. Take the trader off trading duty, and away he goes. I would be very curious to know that answer. If you've managed to remember where the answer is in which DF talk, let me know. Otherwise, I'll have to start digging. That's something I would love to know for purposes of designing a fortress, because it means I can control if there's a known number of tiles that you can divert from a brook, for example, before it ceases to be the brook and starts becoming pond or nothingness, just empty water, then I would love to know how that's calculated. That's something I've always done in fortresses, kind of a hacky way, by building a hut over the top of the brook, basically. And in this case, since it's frozen most of the year, we would actually build a hut to the side of it and then drill down and then drill to the side and put a grill on it, wait for it to fill up. And since it's indoors, we wouldn't have to worry about it freezing again. See, it occurs to me that the easiest way to get a tree farm in the way I originally envisioned, you know, this pretty multicolor pattern of moss with a river, is actually we would have to do it in the dirt layer. The advantage to doing that is we could double it up as farmland and pasture land and scenic land and I don't know what else, butchers, and you could expose those to the surface if you did it up top. I mean, there's a lot of stuff you could do on the very surface layer fairly easily if you did it near a brook or a stream. Okay, let's go take a look at our upset dwarves here. And Momu's is still getting snotty. This one needs to be outdoors. Oh, hey, that reminds me. Everybody goes in a squad. Now, remember that one of our squads took some losses. Yes, the Hammer Dwarves took some losses. So let's see if we have Hammer Dwarves in our reserves here. He's a militia captain, so we really can't promote him until we put somebody else in his position. And he's also the only Hammer Dwarf we have, so... And he's our farmer. As you can see from the blunt weapons squad, biting has started to enter the repertoire. Slowly but surely they learn how to bite one another. Nom, nom, nom. Unable to pray for too long. I gotta check to see if we've got her deity, what her deity is. We may have had dwarves come to the fortress since we put in the original temple collection that don't have a temple for their particular deity. Limmel, and she's an ardent worshipper. Doran, Limmel, Ral, and Solon. We have Doran, we have Ral, we have Solon, we have Limmel. So at that point, it's just a question of free time and I don't think anybody's demanded a nicer one yet. At least I hope not, because I've missed the petition if they have.
Sir, I've gotten an idea.
Oh, here we go. Another idea.
No, never mind.
So within the same chunk, then, that makes sense. Does it consider verticality is the only other thing, you know, or if you're within the same chunk as the brook, But you're
Give it to
200
me.
tiles down.
Okay.
Are you still the brook? I'm guessing no. If it considers the whole chunk the same, regardless of Z level, with respect to fish,
Sir, a baby's been born.
Oh, that's just great. Another mouth to feed.
yeah, I have some ideas on how I'm going to do this differently for the next run, but that's alright. The reservoir continues to be excavated. We are probably about halfway now. Not that it really matters. The fortifications aren't really for anything other than aesthetic value at this point, but for some reason I must have mined out one of these tiles, and there should be a fortification there. Not that I'm upset, it gives them another path directly into the reservoir, so we'll let them access it for the time being.
No. I said no. Ugh, I won't do it. Ugh, no way.
And again, we need to check Auto Butcher because we picked up new animals. Leopards, yes, we have one male and one female adult. We need to get them pastured together so we can start on our war leopards. Deer, we don't care about these. I bought them for meat. Put them to use. Black bears, well, we're going to hang on to that guy in case we can find another one, because if we can get a pair of those, we'll start war bearing just right alongside the leopards. Why not? So let's set the leopards to go a little higher, just like we would with dogs. You know, if we can get them, we'll take them, right? I mean, why not? Begin the war leopard breeding program.
It won't work. No.
Mother dragging infant and leopard at the same time. Ladies and gentlemen, mother and infant leopard. Respect your mother. I can't put a fortification in this corner because if I do, it will leak.
I can't do it. I just can't.
No. I said no. It won't work.
And the reservoir is probably about 2/3 done now.
Did you see what I did with this? I'm gonna hang on to this.
No.
I'm debating what I may have to do with this fort is let it run,
Yes, I'll do it, but no, it won't.
assuming nothing important happens. Let it run until something important happens or until they complete all of this, just to keep it off stream so you guys aren't bored to death just waiting on them to finish.
Ugh, did you see what I did with this thing? No, I can't do it. Why do you think I can do this? Yes, I'll do it, but no, it won't work. won't work.
Hey, Dark Cookie, welcome aboard. Well, we've just about got this drainage channel finished. I think masonry here is going to be our problem because of the bridges. I think right now our masons are probably running around up there doing all the stone crafting.
I can't do it.
Okay, so aside from the gems, there's nothing in this room that's particularly valuable, no vein stone of any sort. So at this point, I'm inclined to tell the dwarves, stop screwing around with this stuff. I don't care about it anymore. Let's just leave it all here and forget it. Hey presto, that stuff has now disappeared from the dwarven consciousness. Now the forbidding will, of course, keep the dwarves from using it. The hiding keeps me from noticing it. Since the dwarves don't notice it, I don't either.
No.
At some point, theoretically, those stones might get washed out over here, and they would end up in the someplace the dwarves could get to them, but I'm not worried about waiting on it. And there is our seal. And we just got to get these bridges built and the reservoir excavated.
I can't do it.
That's what I thought. I thought I remember one of our entertainers getting splattered. Okay, so let's see who's still entertaining. We kept the dancer and the musician. We lost the generalist, of course, who could do a little of everything. Great. So let's go down and look at our haulers and see if anybody's got any musical background here. Interestingly enough, with DF Hack here, I cannot search for Performer, apparently because it is too long, despite that being available to me in Dwarf Therapist. Not sure why. Hey, Jibstick. So how are you guys out there in Viewerland doing tonight? Pretty good?
No. I'm sorry, I can't do it, sir.
Right on. Most of our dwarves are continuing to move slowly towards the we're really happy mode here. We were at 7, we're now at 11. There's a few dwarves who are either their situations or their
Feel unstoppable.
temperaments make them a little unsuitable for most things. So they're kind of meandering down here. Moma's is away from friends, and she's away from family, and she's bitchy about both, and she wants everybody to know it.
It won't work. No, I can't do it.
Yeah, she's up to 17. I want to do something about her. guessing it's because they are on military duty right now, and so some of their wants are going a little neglected in terms of like being able to pray and. Looks like we've got a few more inebriated. We were doing 2, and now we've got 3, maybe 4. As long as they don't start poisoning one another, we'll be alright here. Could be visitors, too. I haven't looked. No, no, that's one of our smiths. That's a human spearman. That's one of our ceramics guys. But they're still cleaning up the vomit and nobody's brawling, it doesn't look like, so I'd say we're okay. If Mr. Human Spearman wants to drink like a dwarf, we're gonna let him.
I can't do it.
But notice, Clinidev, that while I have 4...
Yes, I'll do it, but no, it won't work. It won't work.
Sorry, I got a phone call there, and I wasn't sure quite where I left off. Reservoir is probably down to its last quarter now. Unfortunately, I have to supply them an alternate access here and not just this current one because I want to be able to provide them one, seal this up, and get this all ready. It's almost time to start filling the lower reservoir. check our failures there and make sure we're not having a problem. All good. As far as I know, the only dwarves who have crossbows are militia dwarves, which means that they are training up here
Sorry, sir, I can't do it.
as part of their rotation.
I do think I can do this. No. Ugh, did you see what I did with this thing? No.
The new season is summer.
did designate them all, so we're good there. We have 156 dwarves. There are 48 bedrooms in this layout. 4 floors of 48 bedrooms gives us 160 just on the base 40, but we also have the extra 32, 192 bedrooms. Enough that we could theoretically designate some of this for visitors or entertainers or people we let live in the fortress. Or if we had a big wave of kids come in a migrant wave, we'd still be covered.
Can't do that there.
No.
I can't do it. I just can't.
I shall try to think of something else.
Oops. Missed his mandate, apparently. Now, realistically, while we can make some out of hemp and some out of rope reed, we're making it all out of rope reed right now. And the reason is by switching out to nothing but rope reed for surface crops, since we don't have, excuse me, we don't have sunberries, we don't have whip vines. Since we do have rope reeds, though, we can convert all of our cloth farming to that. We have large plots here, more than enough to make all the cloth we're going to need. We can mass produce it at that point. Set all of our otherwise unskilled dwarves onto plant processing periodically to have them make thread for us. Keep the clothiers well supplied. It looks like we have an overabundance of fisher berries and plump helmets because we're producing them for booze and theoretically for food, but the reality is that we're also producing quarry bushes and meat and a whole lot of other stuff that we can make into the prepared meals that we're using for food. And prepared meals is running along right at 600 because our dwarves just crank out a few more every so often when we need to. No big. So at this point, rather than sitting on a bunch of foodstuff crops, like fisher berries and plump helmets, I'd rather leave the plump helmets as an emergency fallback in case our food starts to turn around and for some reason, we're shorting ourselves on food, which should never happen. Maybe we disable one too many farms, for example, I guess, perhaps. That's right, this is the one with the poison spit, or deadly dust, or I forget which one. Not the Weber. The Weber was first.
I can't do it.
This is going to be used to detect sneaking intruders who arrive in our fortress. In case they've gotten all the way down that far. Now let's get... Still have not connected this up. Let's do that. We've got our bridges. Yeah, we're going to want that too. One more seal there. Okay, we can build a bridge here then. Let's make it out of nice.
No.
That's what I didn't do. Item hauling needs to be turned on for my guys, so they will haul things to stockpiles. In the new version, you want to make sure that they're hauling things to stockpiles because they will claim some of them, like amulets and earrings and some of their craft stuff, for themselves. If they're not able to do so, some of them will actually become upset by not being able to do so. I need to go back and revise my professions for our next version.
Oh, no way.
Our next fort. Get all my masons doing masonry right now so we can get these last few bridges built quickly. We hope, we hope.
No. Sorry, I can't do it, sir. I can't do it. No. No.
That ain't a good sign. Looks like the human couldn't cut it. Can't hold his liquor, boys. Looks like he is not the only one. There was a skeleton laying over here I didn't know about. Seriously, guys, can we get the dead human out of the tavern, please?
No, I can't do it.
Looks like 3 and 4 might be a bit too much. 3 gets too many people drunk, and 4 gets people right down to intoxicated to death in the case of humans. This is actually a fantastic way to get rid of all these excess performers. Apparently, poisoning the competition is in vogue this year. Put that on my big wish list, Clinidev. Really want the alcohol poisoning bug fixed. Okay with them serving, not okay with the everybody dies in the tavern problem. Foreign academics with books. They check into our tavern. They don't check out. It was nice of him to bring his books and then die.
No.
It's a shame he didn't leave any next of kin instructions. See, I don't view it as a nerd thing at this point. I'm starting to view it as a we're intentionally poisoning the outsiders to confiscate their goods thing. So far, though, Clinidev, I note that it only appeared to have been, and I've had to back down the performers because this many dead people in my tavern is fucking nuts. It does appear only to have been humans dying of alcohol poisoning so far. There were a couple of others, but I think they may have been elves, and I'm not sure. Alcohol poisoning still definitely a bug in current version.
No, I can't do it.
Well, it says tapped, so someone is coming along to collect the dead people. Please, guys, pick them up before it fills with miasma for the 14th time. Come to Iron Price. Have a great time in the tavern. Observe the slowly rotting meat. Still tasked, still waiting.
In one black.
I'd like to have the option to auto-dump visitor corpses. I don't care if they get buried. It's none of my business. I didn't bring them here. I'm not responsible for their funeral arrangements. They're not paying me. Their next of kin ain't coming to play a respectful, mournful visit to the tavern. So,
No, I can't do it.
I really wish I could just auto-dump them. I'm gonna have to look at DF Hack. I'll bet there's a combination of stockpiles and auto-dump that will make that happen. The smart people and the pious people are taking refuge in the library and the temple respectively, while I'm still waiting on my corpses to be hauled away. Please, for the love of God, take away the rotting people. There are 4 dead people in my tavern and I can't get them removed.
Sorry, I can't do it, sir. In one black.
Somebody forgot to close the door on the library.
I can't do it.
These things are all going to rot down to skeletons before I get them removed. You watch.
Do this. It won't work. It won't work.
Still tasked for removal. No longer tasked. Just dump. No longer tasked. So they were tasked, then somebody canceled it. Although, this is going to out me for the terrible nerd that I am, I do remember the tavern in Payneal in EverQuest. And singing, dancing skeletons on our tables could actually be kind of fun. We wouldn't even have to clean them out beforehand because, frankly, at this point you can resurrect them as a zombie and wait for the meat to fall off, and somebody could come along, clean up the meat, and still be faster than trying to have the corpses hauled away.
No way.
I can't do it. I just can't.
Sorry, I can't do it, sir. I do think I can do this. No, 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 no. No!
Holy cow, I think that's a dwarven kid, and I think they look like gnomes. That is a dwarven kid, and they do look like gnomes. Also, tell Vetlinger I'm not sure about skulls and mushrooms everywhere in my smoothed floors. It's probably the varied ground option. I need to look and see if I've got it enabled or not. I bet that's what's on.
When I'm holding this, I feel unstoppable.
Fire up the dwarven Etsy. 4 dead corpses in the tavern. Bishop, I can explain it, but it's going to take me a lot longer to get to it because of the damn... So I have this notion of this tree farm, but it's just taking forever and a day to finish it. Anyway, I can explain the forges a little better. Hang on. Figure out which floor I put them on here. Hang on a second. Okay, so... These track stops are adjacent to the holes. So this one will dump in this hole, this one will dump in this hole, and these others will dump in the holes to the south of them. What we're going to do is we're going to dump a bunch of empty mine carts in a hole, way down deep in the magma sea. And we're going to flood the room with magma. Empty the room, let the magma drain out. Take the mine carts in wheelbarrows, full of magma, because that's the way they'll be. Now that they've been flooded, they'll be full. Take them from that magma, or take those magma-filled mine carts, put them in a stockpile, not shown here, but there'll be a stockpile adjacent to each one of these. One at a time, we'll put one minecart in each stockpile, and then assign that minecart to the track stop to be dumped. Dump each one until we have 2 minecarts dumped, or 3. But 2 at least, minecarts dumped in each hole. Then remove the track stop, remove the stockpile, build a magma workshop. That workshop is ready to go. The only difference between here and a quantum stockpile is that when we deliver it to the stockpile, we are doing it from a spot where it's been... Yeah, it's the carts. We're gonna put the carts down empty, and then bring the magma to the carts, which is a little unusual. So what we're planning to do here is we're going to drag the carts in here, dump them in this hole. They'll land here. Now normally this will be sealed up, a couple magma safe doors, for example, and magma will flow in through this inlet. Don't worry about the inlet for now. Just magma's coming in right here. It will flood in and stop here, where we'll have it stopped, and stop here, and fill this tile where the carts are, and fill the carts because they are in a full tile. Once all the carts are filled, we seal up the entrance so the magma stops flowing in. We turn on this drain so it starts pulling magma out of the system. And once the magma has evaporated from this area, we open the doors and unforbid the minecarts one at a time to be delivered to the stockpile. The stockpiles are set to use wheelbarrows, so they'll be delivered rather than by hand, they'll be delivered by wheelbarrow. That keeps our dwarves from melting while they move the stockpile over move the minecart over long distances. Now there is some risk, I believe, to the dwarves when they move the minecart from the stockpile to the track stop. It's one tile, but I do believe there's risk. Too many and too short a time frame, too great a distance between the stockpile and the track stop. I'm betting that they move them by hand every time, and you run the risk that some of them get burned. Might as well put a grate on this and use it for fishing, if nothing else. Okay, the reservoir is excavated. We need to get all our bridges linked up. Make sure they are working. Test them. Seal this. Let the water in. Need to suspend those until I get my bridges linked. It's fiddly, but it's almost done. these guys are just grabbing this last stone in this hallway, I'm going to let them finish while we're waiting to link bridges up, but I'm going to eventually suspend or forbid all the collection from here as well. I don't want anybody in the mechanism when I seal it up.
Sir, you can't do that there. Sorry, sir, I can't do it.
I can't do that there.
Still getting our linkages done, we'll wait.
No, 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 no. No! No! No, 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 no. No!
So we've already queued the lever pull test job, so what should happen is these bridges should seal. This bridge should open, and if that happens, bridges are ready. At that point we can seal this wall up, because we no longer need access to this area. bridges are working. Let's see if we get one box of trade goods out there, plus our trader on duty. One box, guys. That's all I'm asking. One bin. And we'll do a massive intake of books. See if we can get this wall done.
Oh, no way.
Three people coming along to build our wall for us right now. Here they come. 1, 2, 3.
Sir, you can't do that there.
Oh, no way. Good work. The dwarf has been taken by a fey mood. Ha ha!
Problem is, I'm not sure we're going to drain off our...
There's a new baby. Quick, get him a bottle of ale. You there. I'm building an artifact. Give me the workshop.
But I was just about to...
No. Give me the workshop.
But...
Give it to me.
But...
Give it to me.
Okay.
I can't do it.
Plan B. We're just going to have to right this river and take valve off. Call it good.
Wow. Did you see what I did with this? I'm gonna hang on to this.
Sir, I hate saying no to you, but no. No.
So we'll seal up the bridges that seal that reservoir and start letting it fill. Actually, maybe we shouldn't. We're starting to get backflow finally. We're evaporating the river back towards the entrance. That would be good. It may take us a long time. We could theoretically finish this in that way.
I came through it. I just can't.
We'll open the lower floodgates in the hopes that we can give the river more evaporation potential. We'll open the floodgates up top in the hope that we're not putting too much pressure on the river. And then we'll just let this sit. And then we'll see if it evaporates out. If it does, great. If not, well, I tried. We'll just have to leave that seal alone. Not the end of the world that we can't easily shut off the flow.
I can't do that there.
You know, I almost want to put a pump over here and see if I can't just pump enough of the water out to evaporate off to make it work.
I can do it.
So for our next attempt, we'll build some screw pumps right about, say, here, and try to pump some of this water to the west and to the south out of the river
Lead up there.
in the hopes that we can pull even more water away from it.
It won't work.
There is one other thing I could try. We could literally put a screw pump here in the wall and just pump the water off the map, or try to. Well, the idea was we would build our own little cavern space, but we goofed this seal because we tapped the aquifer a little too early, and the aquifer is a little more aggressive than we would like. We can seal the reservoir because the outflow from this river intake is less than the aquifer is putting in. We would gradually increase. But I really want to be able to seal this here in order to completely drain the river from the system. That's one downside. The second downside we found is that we don't get colorful cave moss. Instead, we get muddy sparse floor fungus and muddy cave moss, and it's all brown, which is kind of disappointing. But the general premise is you can use this to set up, and I could do it now. There's nothing that stops me from doing it right this instant. We can create a zone. And tell them to plant gather that area. And then any crops that pop up, somebody will come along and plant gather them automatically. And we could do that we'll do that entire area that way. We'll designate it all as plant gathering space. Periodically we'll come through and we'll cut the trees, the mushroom trees down to make sure we get wood. The goal was we would have this reservoir, because our taiga brook freezes regularly, so thought we would use the aquifer and maybe use the taiga as a backup. Turns out the aquifer is aggressive enough. I'm not sure we'll need the taiga for a backup. There's a lot of waterworks going into this before we're done here is the problem. So way down here at the bottom here, we've got another similar area. Now the goal is that we seal this one up, pump the water from the upper one through into this one, flood this one the same way we did the upper one, or the same way we were planning to do the upper one. Once they've both been flooded, seal the output on this one so no water can get out. Open the valve. You should get enough water to flow in here. We may have to fill this one more directly first. I think with enough intake flow, we're in good shape. Worst case, we might have to tap the taiga after all, but I don't think we... Or tap the brook after all, but I don't think we will. Once it's all set up and ready. It does not look like we are properly draining off the river. Really, I don't think we're losing enough flow. Forgotten bees still rampaging around down in the caves.
No, I can't do it.
Our plant gatherers have come along and they're doing their little plant gathering routine right here.
No. I said no.
Okay, so plan C. Actually, I think we're still back to the same boat. We still just don't... We're not benefited by worrying about it. A giant has arrived. Okay, so here's the deal. It is 11:30. That is an hour and a half past the 3-hour time that we normally stream. I've given you 150% of our normal charity activity today. And we're still not done with that damn tree farm. So, we're going to pause here. I'm going to set you guys loose on some poor, unsuspecting Dwarf Fortress streamer out there on Twitch. in a coordinated raid. All right, guys, here we go.